Hi. Have you guys been here before? You have not. You have, but you haven't. Been here before to the Museum of Glass. Okay. So today our guest artist is John Moran, the man in the gray shirt, center of the workshop, and he'll be working with our Museum of Glass hot shop team, and we'll be making these teddy bears. So they're going to be sculpted. They're not going to be blown. They're going to be made out of solid glass. Just to give you a little introduction to the studio, we have two kinds of furnaces. We have the glass furnaces that have the big tanks of molten glass in them, and we have the glory holes for heating up the glass while we're working. So the furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. Each one of those has a big ceramic tank in it. In that ceramic tank is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees. At that temperature, the glass has a consistency of honey. So if you can imagine a giant crock pot full of honey, that's what our furnace is like. Once we get the glass out of the furnace and start shaping it, it only stays soft for a little while. So when it starts to cool and get stiff, we go to the second type of furnace, and that's called the glory hole. The glory holes are the round guys with the doors open. Those have no glass in them. We keep them at about 2,300 degrees, and they're strictly for heating and softening the glass while we're working. See what he's making? Oh, eyeballs. We're making eyeballs for the teddy bears. I think there was some out here. Ah. So we haven't started yet making the body or anything. We're starting out by making the eyeballs. So Mr. Moran, our guest artist, is going to be working with our resident team of glass blowers. These guys work for the museum. They're extremely talented. When we have a guest artist like Mr. Moran, he leads the team, and our guys will assist him. Glass blowing is a team sport. We rarely, if ever, do it alone. Can we put up some of Mr. Moran's work on the big screen? So if you look up on the big screen, you'll see some sculptures by our guest artist, John Moran. Some of you may actually know Mr. Moran. He was featured on a Netflix reality TV show called Blown Away. It was a competition for glass blowers, and he's featured in season 3. And if you haven't seen it, I won't tell you who wins. Do you guys have any questions? Do you guys know about our contest for kids? Do you know about our contest for kids? Any kid that comes to the museum can do a drawing, 12 and under. Once a month, we pick one of the drawings and we make whatever you drew out of glass. We make 2 copies, one for you to keep and one for the museum collection. It's free to enter. If you want to enter, go into our little arts and crafts room off the lobby, and we have the entry forms and drawing materials. If you don't want to do your drawing here, you can grab an entry form, do it at home, and mail it in. 1 entry form for each kid. We have a little video. Chris, can we play Kids Design Glass? We'll show you what we've done with some of the kids in the past.
It's a baby monster. Pip is a baby monster that loves to smile and laugh. Even though he's little and cute, he gives a big cry. Also, Pip loves food, especially bananas. He will eat any speck of food in sight.
Amazing. Totally amazing. And then especially if the pieces of art go traveling around, other kids will see, oh my gosh, I could do that too. You know, it's not just somebody else that, you know, they did it, you know, I couldn't do that. Absolutely not. Anyone can do this. And I think that's what it shows the kids.
Maybe not everybody can win them.
But, and
I think it's gonna stand up there with one of the coolest things that a museum has ever done.
What is it? A cucumber all dressed up for a night on the town? That's pretty ridiculously funny.
The funnest part about this project is how fresh the ideas are coming from the kids who they have no idea of glass blowing techniques. They don't care.
Nobody saw this coming. We'd make one piece and it was given to the family. And then we realized, well, wait a second, there's something more here. We started to get more drawings, more interesting drawings, and it really kind of snowballed a little bit.
Bacon Boy was special. That almost looks like a frying pan.
Maybe he's wearing a frying pan.
I don't really do any work when I present. It's great.
bacon, baby.
It's fine.
All I see.
How's that for his arm? Fingers?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think it really brings it home and really shows that, you know, there's an artist in all of us, I think. So, and it's human nature to be creative. And so I think we lose that as we get older sometimes, and it's cool to see this pure creative nature that children possess. So I think it's cool to share that with the rest of the world, hopefully. So.
Thank you for supporting Kids Design Glass.
usually do these the last Saturday of every month. We'll make one, but you can submit anytime. So we're making a lot of the small parts for these bears. Generally, our approach is when we have something that has your main body and a lot of small parts, we make the small parts. We put them in that silver oven over there called the garage, the one with the curved side. That operates at half the temperature of the furnaces. It's hot enough to keep the glass from breaking, but it's not hot enough to make it soft. So whatever goes in there stays warm, holds its shape. We're ready to use it. We'll heat it up a little extra and stick the parts together. So as we make these eyes, they're going to go into the garage. Does anybody have any questions? The glass itself is made out of three things: sand, soda ash, and lime. Sand is the bulk of it. Glass is mostly melted sand. The soda ash is sodium carbonate. It's a chemical which lowers the melting temperature of the sand. And the lime is calcium carbonate, and that stabilizes the mixture chemically. You take those three ingredients, we throw them in the big furnace, cook them overnight at 2,400 degrees. All those things melt together and make glass. Hi. How are you guys? How are you? Make teddy bears. Yeah, we make them more like the ones on the car pedestal. Right now we're making the eyeballs. When are you gonna what? When are you gonna be in a hot shot class? When you're a little older. A little bit older. But yeah, you gotta practice. You gotta be careful. You don't want to hurt yourself. Oh, that's. Why is the building? It's like shaped like a giant volcano. You're inside a giant volcano. Yep, we got the fire, we got the lava, the whole deal. Yeah, we call it glass, but it's really lava. Like with the eyeball, you just melt a big blob. anybody have any questions? Questions are free. Yes. Oh, any old sand will do. Yes. How much what? Color? Well, whatever the artist wants. I said we make it whatever color the artist wants. For this project, we buy little chips of colored glass called frit, F-R-I-T. Can we put up the frit photo? Maybe not. So, and we take the clear glass from the furnace and we roll it in little chips of colored glass and then put it in the fire. The little chips melt on and we can make it whatever color we want. So this, okay, so yeah, look up a big screen. That's the frit in little stainless steel bowls. And that's one of our kids' thing. And all the colors in that kids' thing were made with the frit. So in the center, I believe we're starting the head. The man shaping the glass is Courtney Branham. The glass that's on there right now is clear glass. The orange color that you're seeing is the glow from the heat. All glass looks orangey when it's hot, no matter what color it is, red or purple or blue. What you're seeing is the glow from the heat. If you think about your own homes, if you have an electric stove, the burners are gray. When you turn them on to cook something, they get hot, they glow orange for a little while. Turn them off, they cool down, the orange glow disappears. That's the same physics you're seeing here. So the orangey color of the glass while we're working is the glow from the heat. When it cools down, it'll return to its natural color, whatever it is, red or blue or pink or purple. Courtney is shaping the glass. The tool in his hand is called the block. It's made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn, and it doesn't leave any marks as he shapes the glass. So this little ball of glass that he's making, this is going to become the head of the teddy bear. Every once in a while, these steel pipes get hot. When they do, we take them over to that trough. That's called the pipe cooler. We just lay the steel pipe in the trough and spray water on it to cool it down, make it easier to hold. You guys have any questions? Don't have to, only if you want to.
I think you answered the one question she had.
These things I'm thinking, I'm guessing an hour and a half maybe. When the glass comes fresh out of the furnace, it's 2,100 degrees. that's as hot as the hottest volcano.
She wants to know where your fire extinguishers are.
One on each side of the studio.
See? There you go.
There's not that much to burn. Metal and concrete.
Yeah, they gotta keep them on though, just to keep the temperature up that high.
So in the center bench, we're collecting the glass for the head of the teddy bear. On the bench on the far left, we're collecting the glass for the body. Anybody got any questions? watch Courtney. She's rolling the glass in the frit, the crushed colored glass. The little chips of colored glass stick to the surface, and then when we put it back in the fire, they melt, and it'll form a little candy coating of color like an M&M. Today at 1 o'clock, our guest artist, John Moran, will be giving a talk here in the Hot Shop. He'll tell you about his career, about his blown away experience, and it should be pretty interesting. So that will be happening at 1 o'clock. And if you're watching on the stream, we'll be streaming it. Now he's giving the glass a little squeeze. The tool in his hand is called the jacks. He's making a little notch in the glass. That notch is the place where he'll be able to break the glass away from the metal pipe once he's done shaping. Anybody wants to take pictures, knock yourselves out. So you see Gabe in the maroon shirt. He's bringing over 2 trays of different colored frit. And sometimes we layer these colors. So we'll coat the glass with one color, melt it on, then coat it with another color. There's 2 ways in which we heat up the glass. Sometimes we heat it up in the big round oven, in the glory hole. Sometimes we heat it up with a torch. When we heat it up with the torch, we can focus the heat in a particular place. We can make that part of the glass extra hot and extra soft without affecting the rest of the shape. So I believe Mr. Moran's going to make the eye sockets. So he softened the glass just where he's shaping it, and the rest of it stays hard. Over on the far left, the man in the red hat, Jack Spitzer. He just dipped his glass into the big tank of molten glass and coated it. Each time we dip it in and coat it, it's called taking a gather. Gather. Yes. That's the glass furnace. Can we put up the glass furnace diagram? Oh, that's, he just dripped some of the excess glass into a metal can. That's basically our recycling. So we just, eventually, we'll bust that all up and put it back in the furnace. Tweezers? The tools, do the tools get hot? Not to the touch, but the tips of the tools that are in contact with the glass are hot. But the part, the handles that are not. We're making some teddy bears like you see here on the pedestal. The part he's working on now is the head. The glass that they have over on the bench on the left, that's going to be the body. It's coming in.
Does the color get lighter as it hardens, or does it get darker?
All the colors are distorted by the heat. Um, they all change in different ways. That's a brown, I think. It looks almost black right now. So now Mr. Moran in the center is texturing the teddy bear. So we want it to be kind of like teddy bear fur. So he's taking the wire brush and he's heating up the surface, making it soft. He's taking the wire brush and roughing up the surface to give it texture. So now that head is all shiny and glassy, and he wants it to be rough like the teddy bears you see on this pedestal. Coming in, guys. So over on the workbench on your left, Jack in the red hat and Gabe in the black and the gray hat are making the body of the teddy bear. Gabe is making a notch in the glass. That notch is the place where we'll be able to break the glass away from the metal pipe once we're done shaping it. The pad in Gabe's hand that he's shaping the glass with is just folded up wet newspaper, ordinary newspaper. As long as the paper is wet, the paper doesn't burn too much, and it doesn't leave any marks as he shapes the glass. If you look up on the big screen, you have a little photo. That's how the newspaper looks like. Think we're getting ready to add the eyeballs. Courtney, the man with the long beard, grabbed one of the eyeballs out of the garage, the silver oven where we're keeping it warm. And now we'll put it in the eye socket. Questions? Anything? Oh, and did you see Mr. Moran? Yeah. Here he is live and in color. They look more like the ones on the other pedestal. If you came in a little later, our guest artist today is John Moran, the big guy in the gray t-shirt. And he's working with our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, and we're making one of his sculptures. They're going to be one of these teddy bear sculptures, be similar to the ones you see on this pedestal. In the center workbench, Carly was the head of the teddy bear. We're sort of keeping it warm until John can get back to work. Over on the far left, we're making the body of the teddy bear. So if you look on the bench on the left, you can see that Gabe is starting to form the teddy bear's legs. So he's cut that mass of glass down the middle, and he's pulled out the two legs. Center. Mr. Moran is texturing the surface of the head. He heats it up with that torch, propane and oxygen torch, so it's soft. Then he takes the wire brush and he scores it with the wire brush, and that gives it the rough texture. So now we're going to add the eyelids. I'm going to add a little glass there. And then Mr. Moran's going to shape it. It's going to cover part of the eyeball with the eyelids.
How are you?
Good. Do you guys have any questions? Okay. So we're making some teddy bears like you see here. That's the head of the teddy bear they're working on here. On the far bench, they're making the body. Oh, I've just drawn a picture to explain what's going on. That's just showing how you texture it with the wire brush. You'll see him periodically. He'll take the torch, he'll heat up a little section, he'll take the wire brush, and to get the rough texture, he doesn't want it shiny and wants to look more like the teddy bear fur. Making the body. So he's cut the bottom of that mass of glass, 2 legs. When we finish shaping the body, we'll stick the head on top. So right now here, they're putting the eyelids on the eyes. Earlier this morning, he made some eyeballs, and now they're putting the lids. Yeah, that just keeps stuff warm while we're working. So we have a project that has a lot of little parts. We make the little parts first, put them in the garage. That's what it's called, the garage. And then they just keep them warm until we're ready to assemble. So if you just came in, our guest artist today is John Moran, and we're making these sculptural teddy bears over on the workbench on the far left. We're making the body of the teddy bear. On the center, we're making the head. Mr. Moran is originally from Pennsylvania, but he's currently living and working in Belgium. Folks that are working with Mr. Moran today are our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team of glassblowers. Over on the far left, it's Gabe in the maroon shirt, Jack in the red hat, Carly in the black shirt here, and Courtney with the long beard. So these guys are all working for the museum, and today we're all working on Mr. Moran's sculptural project. Mr. Moran is our guest artist from the previous Wednesday through today. He'll take most of the work home with him. He'll leave one piece for the museum collection and one piece for our annual fundraising auction. Everything else will go home with him. Has anybody got any questions? Yes. Well, we started at 10 o'clock, so an hour and 20 minutes. We'll take a break at 1, and Mr. Moran's going to give a talk here in the hot shop, tell you about all his experiences, and then we'll work again in the afternoon. I think we'll finish by 1. This. We'll probably get one made in the morning and one in the afternoon. Now Mr. Moran is forming the ears. One of the time-consuming parts of these particular sculptures is we're texturing the entire surface. So you see we take the torch, soften the surface, and take the wire brush and give it a texture. That takes a little bit of time to cover that entire surface. Some of you may recognize Mr. Moran, our guest artist, in the center in the gray shirt. He was featured on a TV show called Blown Away. It's a glass blowing competition. What?
Oh, they will have a season 4 coming up. I just saw 1 and 2.
Season 3, you'll see a lot of John.
Yeah? Nice. Hope he makes it to the end. Frankly, I don't like it. You know, like, kick one out at the end of the day.
never the right. You never agree with them. It's always, God, I like that one. What is that
I
one?
don't know, yeah, it's just, well, there's just some amazing talent. And then, I mean, what's wrong? The whole thing's so expensive already. What's wrong with running all of them to the last show and then, have a final judgment? Because, like, that's a real fair thing. What they're doing is,
That's the way they make it. I mean, that's the format of all these reality shows.
I know, but
You start out with these contestants, and they narrow it down. To kind of build tension and stuff.
yeah, no, you don't. I mean,
That's the way they do it. It's not my decision.
okay, well, I'm telling you. Tell him Steve said.
I just
cut
watch
that
it.
out.
I don't have anything to do with it. That's their idea for building tension.
Nice. What's the glass here?
What?
What do you use?
Kind of question.
Spectrum? What do you use for glass?
Oh, it's sweet pine.
Sweet pine. Nice. Yeah. So they cull it?
No, sweet pine back in which
Wow, you keep it nice and clean. That's nice.
they're not making oh,
Yeah. Yeah. So is that, I see some white powder. Is that match? No way, right?
no, that's Fred.
On the floor.
Floor?
Yeah, the floor in front of the furnace. There's some white powder.
Yeah, maybe that's a match.
No, that's super toxic, you know. I was working at Urban Glass in Brooklyn in 1993, and I quit on my first day. Because the batch was in the air.
Oh.
You know, by about 3:30, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, my sinuses were stinging, and I was like, walked up to the boss, I was like, you smell that? He says, oh, you get used to it. I said, no, you don't. Yeah, 20 years later, you're dead for sure. No, it's just super toxic. So I hope that's not bad. Say no to anybody. Yeah, I've got a couple of friends not make it for glass chemistry. Guy named Sonny, guy named Sonny near Fort Bragg. He was a kind of a glass chemist as well as a blower. He was about 38 years into it. He killed all the chemicals from making color and shit. And he knew it. It was coming. He was trying to recruit somebody to take the role for him because he knew he was on his way out.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. It is. And I'm just like really, really careful.
Has anybody got any questions? Our guest artist is John Moran. He's the man in the gray shirt at the center workbench. He's working with our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, and we're making these teddy bear sculptures. Right now, he's just texturing the surface of the head. He takes that torch, heats up the surface so it's hot and soft, and then he takes that wire brush to create the texture. Yes, these ovens, they're electric ovens. They have a little computerized thermostat, and it just slowly turns down.
Is there like a set number of degrees per hour or whatever that it goes per minute that it goes?
I don't know what it is.
But it's a gradual, very, very gradual slope.
Yeah. So over on the bench on the left, they're getting ready to transfer the glass from the rod it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty, P-U-N-T-Y. This second steel rod will hold the body of the bear from the bottom while we shape the top. In the center, we're working on the head. So now Mr. Moran is cutting in the mouth of the bear. Tool in his hand is just an ordinary butter knife. When we heat the glass up with those torches, you can see we can get just one small area of the glass hot and soft. We can shape that area without disturbing the rest of the shape. Glass is a bad conductor of heat. It's actually an insulator. So we can get one section hot without heating up the whole thing. If you hang around long enough, I don't know, we're not that far away. Maybe 20 minutes, something like that. Keep it out of the, once you get it out, the temperature starts to drop. You can only work on it for so long before you have to warm it up. There's keeping the whole thing, warm enough so it doesn't break, and then the torch, he's softening parts of it so he can shape that individual part. So if he wants to, make the mouth, which he's doing now, takes the torch and just heats up the mouth part, shapes that. Then you got to go back to the glory hole, warm it up again, do more. Now we pulled the body from the bottom. Now the top is exposed. The top can now be heated and shaped. So the body is being worked at this bench over here on the left, and the head's being worked on its bench in the center. Has anybody got any questions? If you came in a little later, our guest artist is John Moran, man in the gray shirt, center of the and we're making these teddy bear sculptures. We got the head at the bench in the center and the body at the bench on the far left. And in the not too near distant future, we'll be fusing the two together. Hi. How are you guys? Good. Do you guys have any questions? Anything you'd like to know? Okay. Uh-huh. So we're going to be adding some arms here. Gabe, in the maroon shirt, has rolled the glass in the frit, the colored powdered glass. He's melting it on. And we're going to use that glass to make the teddy bear's arms. So Carly's coming by with the head to give you a little closer look.
So does this teddy have a name?
Not yet. Go for the body first.
We can't keep it out of the oven too long. We'll get cool and crack. So we're going to put it in the garage. The garage is the silver oven with the curved side. We call it the garage because that's where we park stuff until we're ready to use it. It operates at half the temperature of the furnaces. It's hot enough to keep the glass from breaking. It's not hot enough to make it soft. So whatever goes in there stays warm, holds its shape. We're ready to assemble it. We'll heat it up a little extra and stick the parts together. Looks like the body needs some arms. Oh, it's not the arms. Oh, it is the arms. So we're getting pretty close to joining the head to the body. They have the head over on the work bench on the left. In the center, we're heating up where the neck would be. We're going to grab the head and stick it on to the body. Mr. Moran has put on some Kevlar gloves. Kevlar is a fire-resistant insulating material. He's going to grab the head and bring it over to the body. Courtney, the man with the long beard, has the head. He's just keeping it warm till we're all set in the center with the body. We have 2 torches going, one to keep the joint between the sculpture and the metal rod warm. The other, we're heating up the part where we want to attach it, so we're making that extra hot and soft. So we're just going to hang out with it a little bit. The next thing we want to do is texture the surface around the neck. So we want the body itself, it's all solid glass, to be cooler and stiffer. So when you hit it with a torch, it just heats up the surface, and we can texture the surface without distorting the shape. From metal, So now Mr. Moran is heating up the glass where we joined the body to the head. He's using that wire brush to both texture it and drag the glass over that seam. The torch that he's using is a propane and oxygen torch. It has a 5,000 degree flame. It enables us to get one small area of the glass very hot very quickly. So at this moment, we're just trying to blend the body with the head. It'll crack sponge. And I think we'll be just another 5 minutes. So that would be 2.25 hours. So everything that we make has to be cooled slowly. Before we put it away to cool, they're gonna bring it by close to the audience so you can get a better look. They'll be in a little bit of a hurry because you can't keep it out too long, but hopefully you get a good look. Colors are not exactly what they'll be when it cools off. The colors are slightly distorted by the heat. Gabe, sitting on the steel table, has put on some Kevlar gloves. He's going to carry the finished piece to our annealing oven, where it'll be cooled over 40 hours. John is heating up the connection between the sculpture and the metal rod. I'm going to crimp that, I think, a little bit. Make sure it has a nice place to break off cleanly. So we're crimping that connection with those shears. So we have a nice sharp place to break it off. We're going to take it over to an annealing oven, electric oven, where it will be cooled very, very slowly over about a day and a half. We'll drip water on the joint between the sculpture and the metal rod. A little tap releases it. And over to our annealing oven, where it'll be cooled very slowly. So let's have a big hand for John Moran and the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, Courtney Brownham, Jack Spitzer, Gabe Feenan, Carly. don't want to do too much blown away because, he thinks that's not all it is. Yeah. Okay, I'll give you a shout when I get back upstairs. Chris, could you show the blown away stuff? I am back. That's good, that's good. That's good. Yeah, that's enough, really. Just when we talk about it, just to give it a little orientation. I realize that could be orange. What? Where the text is?
Oh, yeah. But it's cool. I guess well, it looks like a boom, which I really like. That is cool. That might point us down.
just came in, we have a guest artist today, John Moran. He's a glass sculptor, and he's working with our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, and we're making these teddy bear sculptures, and at this moment, he's working on the head. It's about 12:30 now. At 1 o'clock, we're going to start working, and Mr. Moran will give a talk telling you about his life and work. That'll be pretty interesting. We'll take lunch, and then we'll be back working again this afternoon. I'm going to go into the galleries and try to round up people. Okay. To talk. So, yeah, they're pretty much going to disappear for a while. Yeah, it's like, I mean, right now it's like, so now Mr. Moran is shaping the eye sockets of our teddy bear's head. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to put the eyes in the head. We've pre-made some of these eyes. They're sitting in the garage, the silver oven, and we'll pull one out, stick it in, stick the other guy in. Then we're going to put the eyelids on. Hi, how are you? Good. Do you have any questions? Anything you'd like to know? Doesn't have to be right now, but okay, yeah. I'm here till 5, so you don't have to. No, just if you want to. So we stick a little eyeball in the socket. Hot glass sticks to hot glass.
Good afternoon, everybody. How are you all? Awesome. We're just letting John get a quick cup of water, and we're going to get started here with his artist talk. While we're waiting, do you guys have any questions? Not yet. Oh, that's great. Well, while we're waiting, my name is Katie Buckingham. I'm our curator here at Museum of Glass, and I am absolutely delighted to introduce John Moran, this week's visiting artist. John has, oh my gosh, it's such a long list. I'll go first from the beginning. A BFA from Temple University, an MFA from Illinois State University, and a PhD in philosophy from, help me with the Polish, John. From the Eugenis Gappard Academy in Poland. And what I think is really remarkable is those three lines of education have really informed John's work. He has been here this week as a sculptor, storyteller, and socially engaged artist. And he's been making these really remarkable bears and stuffed animals that speak to nostalgia and our loss of innocence as we grow up from being children to adults. He is here from Belgium. He runs his own studio called Glass. And we were actually privileged to invite John originally for a residency in 2020, which, as you can tell, has been postponed by a couple of years. But it's been really exciting for us because since 2020, John's career has taken a little bit of a left turn. You guys might recognize him from season 3 of Netflix Blown Away. If you haven't seen it yet, definitely check it out. Not to spoil it, but John is featured in many of the episodes of the competition. But without further ado, I'd love to introduce John and let him tell you a little bit more about his work and what he's been doing this week. Clicker. Take it away, John.
All right. So, hi, I'm John Moran. Basically, I'm gonna go through, I wanna tell you a little bit about my making process and some of the bigger pieces I've done in the past that are more politically engaged than the work that I've been making more than what you saw in Blown Away. And I'm starting with a point in my career where I feel like things took a big turn. I did a series of pieces called The American Idols, and this series was basically the presidents of the United States of America. So this is an ongoing series, but I have yet to do Trump and Biden. So I've done up until Obama, and this is shown around in a couple of different places, but due to COVID, I never got to the next 2 presidents yet. They're still coming. But one of the things that I wanted to touch on in this series of sculptures was this kind of idea that we, not only as Americans, but in general, our kind of deification of the leadership in general, that when, I mean, this was the era of Bush that I was working on these, so at that point Bush was evil, and Obama was going to be the new savior, and none of us saw the Trump coming, so this kind of whole idea of this good and evil as a concept, as a person. And what I really wanted to do in this series was kind of humanize everybody, because there's so much information out about the presidents. I remember the time thinking that our politics of the time were so disgusting because it was all these personal attacks and all these weird things that really kind of didn't relate to politics. And when I looked back through the history, that was something that's been ongoing from the beginning of the country. It's not like it was all of a sudden sound bites and insults. That was kind of ongoing, and that kind of made me put these people in character in the time of to humanize them, basically. And what I did with this series, each of the heads is made in glass, so there's 43 sculptures, and then the bodies are made with the clothing that I also made, and then they're covered in a resin. The clothing is there to kind of bring out points of their personality. Each little element of clothing is something that I kind of found out about their history and then used that to create a character, a caricature even. And the quotes and information on the walls is not only intelligent things or insults, it's kind of everything that everybody said. So it's not just, it doesn't make anybody look good and it doesn't make anybody look bad. It's just all across the board. And it's a fun installation because there's a lot of historical tidbits and little twists of reality that come from weird conspiracy theories or these weird funny quotes and things that I read about the presidents. One of the things that was really striking to me when I was working on the series was this, but you can see in this, and that's still something I think is reflected in our country now, is that it's 42 old white guys and then one younger African American or black man. So that's one of the things that really stands out about this series, the disparity between our, racial equality essentially. So moving forward, like most of this work I'm showing you is kind of in a timeline, and I'll give you some context of timeline because I think it is important for the work. So this piece, like this series of, like I said, I worked on that series when Obama was the first elected. So I finished American Idols in 2012 was the first time I showed it, and I showed it again in 2014. And in between this period, when I was in grad school, I made this piece called New Times Roman. This is kind of like my first large-scale, like full-figure sculpture. At the time, was traveling in Europe, and I was kind of seeing these religious sculptures everywhere, and going to see going to tourist locations. Like we went to the Pantheon, and you come out the door, and there's a McDonald's there. And then you go to like the Coliseum, and you come out and you see a McDonald's like within a few feet usually of the door. And I just thought it was like such a funny placement for that. So I thought to use that piece to kind of talk about this idea of like the new corporate idea of like the new religion. And there's all these elements in the piece, and one of the main things in the piece is that it's a Ronald McDonald. I'll just go back to the first image. That the Ronald McDonald is holding basically one of his clients. And the Ronald McDonald is based after the Madonna, and the figure is based after the Jesus from Michelangelo's Pieta. But in the shirt of the dying figure, there is the original McDonald brother logo. So it's also about this kind of mixture of not only the death of the consumer, but the death of the original idea behind franchise and kind of the corruption of capitalism. But it's done in a lighthearted way, especially with this shoe was one of the big things that I found to be funny, because in the original Pieta, the Madonna's foot is sticking out just a little bit, and then to have this giant clown shoe, it always kind of brings a little funny element. But this piece is completely life-sized. And then, so a lot of the work that I have been making and I've been doing throughout my career, it nods to art history. So like that piece nodded to the Pieta, and this piece is called Sale of the Death Man. I also made this right around 2013. It was shortly after Osama bin Laden was killed, and it was right, actually I started this I think around the Benghazi attacks, when this YouTube movie, there was this theory that this YouTube movie called the Death of Islam or something sparked the Benghazi attacks. Then later we find out there was all kinds of other things going on, which there was a real conflict happening. It had nothing to do with some stupid YouTube video. And it was also right around the second election of Obama. So this idea of Osama bin Laden being killed was being kind of taunted to us. Here, look what we did. This is this good thing we've done. And what I found kind of fascinating, I guess, was I remember seeing videos of an American soldier being killed and people celebrating the street. And we would talk about them, the savages, the people there who were seeing the death like this. And then when Osama bin Laden was killed, we would see the same people dancing in the streets in the streets of Washington. And basically, when I saw that, I had thought of the painting The Death of Marat, which is kind of a twisted, painted based on also a despot, another revolutionary who became corrupt and kind of stole power or took over power. So I used that as the base for this. And in that whole painting, he's also supposed to be kind of pointed out like a saint. So he's following the similar pose to the Jesus figure in the Pieta. So there's a correlation between all these pieces. And one of the things in this piece that's important is that this is a specific shopping cart. It's a Walmart shopping cart, and I twisted all the words around to have them be kind of hidden, but they're talking about our morality and our what we give away to go on to the next thing. And the shopping cart itself is silver leafed and gilded with silver, and it's supposed to kind of reference the silver platter, when we the head of John the Baptist on the silver platter, or the 30 pieces of silver that Judas gave for Jesus. So it's this kind of a bribe. And it was all these little references into this specific piece. As I said, one of the most important things I think that I want to talk about is contextualization, because I think that's where like where we are right now in time does not reflect where we were when I made a lot of this work. So like this piece is called Stand Your Ground, and I made this more or less, I had just moved to Europe, and I was really, I was watching the American news, and the Trayvon Martin shooting had just happened, and seeing the like, the way that he was being portrayed by the media, and the way that George Ramirez was basically being kind of celebrated for murdering an unarmed kid. I got into making this piece, and this pose is based also on a historical sculpture called the Dying Gladiator. And what I was referencing in that idea was that basically like black youth at the time was fighting, I mean it still is, it hasn't changed that much, but it's fighting like soldiers almost in a war that a lot of us were not paying attention to. I think it's changed now, a lot of this has become much more prevalent in our contemporary culture, but this in 2015 was not something we were really talking about so much. And one of the elements that I was trying to catch in this piece is this moment between life and death. So when he realizes that he's dying, and you don't see it in the figure because you don't see his face from above, but you see his reflection in the pool of blood below him. So you see the kind of fear and the humanity of the figure. And that's one of the things I've been trying to capture throughout all of my work, is this emotional moment, like this moment that will hopefully, when someone sees the piece, will also have an emotional reflection and then think about what the pieces are about. Like for me, all of these pieces are reactionary. Like whenever something happens, it's my emotional state that causes me to start making this work. It's not that it's something I kind of think about over and over again. It starts mostly from an emotional reaction. So I made a couple of pieces along at this point, not knowing that this was going to become a very wide open epidemic of police officers and essentially people in power killing young black children. So this was Tamir Rice. This piece was based on Tamir Rice. So I guess I wasn't expecting that to continue. So it wasn't something I thought would be an ongoing, I wouldn't say series, but it's not maybe the right way to talk about it. Because for me, it was another shocking moment in time that this thing happened again. So again, I'm going back to kind of a timeline because this is like, these two pieces were around 2015, 2016, and I don't know how prevalent this image was here, but in Europe there was there's the ongoing, still ongoing Syrian refugee crisis, and this image of the boy washed up on the beach became like a very prolific image. Like it was everywhere, it was ubiquitous. You were seeing it in every news station, people were talking about it, even some artists were imitating it, like literally laying on the beach. And it became like a thing where I think people started to become numb to it, because the conversations in Europe at the time, like maybe not in the media, well, in the media as well, but really the personal conversations, it's like people weren't seeing that, like, that people were fleeing for their lives. There was this kind of feeling that like, oh, they're coming here because they want a better life. It's like, no, like Syria was a beautiful place before it was being bombed and destroyed, and people are literally fleeing because they have nowhere else to go. It's not because they want to move to Europe and have health care. Like it was such a strange idea. So this piece kind of came from that. So that's why there's this kind of infinite reflection. And the piece itself is titled Endless Night. And the endless night is also supposed to refer to when the boy was coming over across the sea and then basically drowning. So that night being an endless loop for him. Like again, I draw a lot from my own emotional states bringing these pieces in. So again, in this same year, kind of, this was 2017, 2018, this piece, Protect and Serve, I made, probably this is the last piece that kind of refers back to at least in the talk, it's the last piece that kind of refers back to this epidemic we've been having of, which has now led to like the Black Lives Matter movement, which is something that still wasn't happening at the time. But this piece was about the shooting of Philando Castile. The man, if you know, he had a gun in his car, legally registered firearm. His kid was in the back seat. His girlfriend was in the front seat, and he was shot by the police in front of his children, or his child. So this piece was made as a reaction to that. And again, I wanted to capture this kind of moment between like the realization of life and death. And bringing this religious imagery into it is very important because those elements are taken from martyrs. So in all of those pieces, using an imagery of martyrdom is brought into this because, like I said, it's kind of an ongoing battle that we're still in the midst of now, but at least it's become a part of our like general conversation. It might seem weird because I'm just like, this piece is about this, but I'm trying to give you like a timeline of the way that I've kind of created my work and how it all kind of builds throughout my, I guess, most of my career. This piece was called Back to School, and I originally made this piece in 2012, just after the Newtown shooting. And I was asked to exhibit it again in 2017. And when I originally showed this piece, it was the boy alone in a room, and it was supposed to be this kind of singular moment that we were all paying attention to. And by the time I was showing the piece again, there had been almost 500 school shootings in that 5-year period. And that made me really realize that this is not the kind of thing that's just going to happen and end. So I wanted to put it in an infinity room. So when you walked in, you're always surrounded by the same character or figure, I guess, who's been wounded. And again, using this martyrdom imagery in the pieces, there is a stigmata. So like each element on all of his hands and feet has a drop of blood, and he has a wound where he was, like a fatal wound that he's just recognizing. So it's also kind of a reference to this, like the historical like Doubting Thomas paintings, where he's sticking his finger in Jesus' wound to see if it's a real wound. So there's this kind of religious loop that falls through it. And part of the reason I use a lot of that imagery is because so much of the conservative, like religious right that is fighting for gun rights and dismissing school shootings, there's like this kind of like correlation that's happened between the two. So there's a lot of this is something it's prevalent in all of my work, the kind of dissection of our morality per se. Again, trying to capture this moment, this emotional moment between life and death. So now I'm jumping forward a little bit, and it gets a little bit lighter from here. During COVID, basically, like I was in the States for a few months, just before COVID, and like living in Belgium, I had gone back. I think I went back like March 7th, and I think we went into a total lockdown on March 14th. So the pandemic had hit, and basically like my partner and I, she's from Poland, and I'm American living in Belgium. We were like locked into our studio, and at some points it was like refreshing because we were feeling really like we could make work and just kind of focus. But in another way, we like realized like how limited our network was because we were living in a foreign country essentially. We weren't really seeing our family and friends at all because we couldn't travel. And we started really talking about like the importance of that, like how much our like displacement in our life matters to us. And we made this piece that's called Travelore, and basically the idea is that it would like show a globe on the piece, but like through that we kind of realized like not only but like our kind of cultural ignorance, especially like from the perspectives of people we were talking to about like the world. So like our kind of really like localized viewpoint of like where we are and our ignorance about everywhere we haven't been, or even if places we've been on like holiday but not really found ourselves in the community. So like the whole map is distorted. Every little part of like where the countries and continents are in the wrong place. And as a little nod, we also put a flat Earth map on there because that was something, again, that I feel like rose really loud during COVID. And it was surprising to me, I guess, seeing that there was a movement again that kind of went against all of the things we've known for, I don't know, 600 years or something. So it was a little bit of like a tongue-in-cheek nod to like our ignorance and the importance of our ignorance in a way. But yes, in the same period, we were working on this series of works. I'll give you a little context of this Mickey Mori because I don't think I have this. The Mickey Mori is this Mickey Mouse skull. This piece started it's become kind of like an iconic image for me. Like that's one of the things that is most recognized in the work that I make because I make a lot of them. And it started as a kind of commentary on the Mickey Mouse, the copyright that Disney owns on Mickey Mouse. If you know a little bit about that, when it was first copyrighted, I think in 1909, the copyright's supposed to last only 20 years after the death of the author. And when Walt Disney died, they were able to keep this copyright alive, and then Disney, the corporation, took on his name, basically argued that a corporation should be able to own the rights of the copyright as well, and giving it, in a way, the same rights as individuals. Then they've continued to fight that copyright over the last 70 or 80 years, which has extended the copyright law on and on and on, and given corporations more power. In a lot of ways, like, I see that as like a direct link to how like Citizens United came about, and how the super PACs are now become a kind of a big part of our society, that an anonymous corporation can basically donate an uncertain amount of money to whoever they want to, and a lot of that stemmed from this stupid copyright law. So this character that's called the Mickey Mori is like referring to memento mori, so like the memory of death, and mori means death in Latin, so it's the death of Mickey, the death of the copyright of Mickey, essentially. But I've used this image as like a character now in my work, so it kind of takes on lots of different elements, and it's something that I kind of sometimes see as like a surrogate for my own feelings, because it's very much linked to like my own personal kind of viewpoints. And for a long time, I didn't talk about what the piece was about. It was just kind of a funny image of a skull with Mickey Mouse ears on it. And when I started talking about it more, it was interesting or clear to me to see how many people that resonated with. So it's really become like a surrogate. So moving on to this piece. This piece is called Mirror Mirror, and it was made during COVID, like when we were in lockdown, and it was basically our kind of experience of COVID. Like, we were really, I don't know how I think things were more open and more like free here, but we had like a really hard lockdown. We weren't allowed to leave our place. We had curfews. There hadn't been a curfew in Europe since World War II, so this was a crazy situation. And people got crazy, like they were calling the police on each other when you would see somebody walking their dog. Like, it was insane. This fear factor was there, and also in our own selves, like we were afraid of going to the grocery store. We'd go with gloves on and disinfect everything, and we brought all of these images into this skull, that it was like every kind of fear, whether it was like real or not, we put into it. So like there's fingerprints, teeth marks, there's kind of all these images of they're not the catheters, but the incubators that they used when people actually got COVID. And then there's a mask on, but then there's a whole lot of unmasked faces. And it was like our kind of fear of people that grew. But the idea of the piece is that when you would start investigating the skull, you would see yourself and the skull in the mirror. And that was really important, because it's this reflection of our own kind of fear. I don't have a photo of this, but what does happen in this is when there's a light on it, the reflection of the mirror creates a light spot on the floor that has a coffin that looks like a person in it. So it kind of creates this whole dynamic on the ground, too, from the shape of the mirror. This piece is engraved by my partner, so I made the glass skull, and she did all of the engraving by hand. So there's a coronavirus there and all the different elements. So I'm stepping again. This isn't really back in time, but this is all around the same timeline. And I think at this point, because of like our isolation and because of like the way that I was seeing the world, I was less focused on what was happening directly outside of, like, I was less focused on the political and the social aspects of what was happening, but more so on like looking inward, like I think a lot of people did at that time. And thinking about like things that had been ongoing. And before COVID, I had started this piece called Pray for the Sinners, which is this piece. It was basically like talking about the predatory nature of the Catholic Church at the time. Like, growing up, we had a friend who killed himself when he was probably 14 or 15, and we were, I guess, around the same age, and we were told that it was an accident that didn't mean to happen, and never really thought about it. Like 10, 15 years later, I guess 2006, the movie that Spotlight's based on, or the situation that Spotlight, the movie is based on, that the priests were outed, that came out, and in our local newspaper, 2 of the priests from our parish at the time were charged and basically, were ousted as being predatory and molesting priests. And it made me and my friend, one of my friends who were together at the time, start questioning our friends. If he killed himself, it was a suicide, it was an accident. And that kind of sat with me for a long time. And this piece is kind of based on that. Like, this kid, it's modeled after him lightly, and talking about the kind of things that I don't know, this uncertainty of like what happened and like how we would grow out of that. So he's dressed in a schoolboy outfit, kind of a Catholic schoolboy outfit. He's based on Donatello's David. And if you know a little bit of the history of that sculpture, it's a very like hypersexualized kind of teenage boy that's the David. And there's a lot of stories about how like Donatello's relationship was with his models and how he may have also been more or less predatory. So it was intentional to use that pose as a as a key. But one of the things that he is holding is this stuffed lamb that has its throat slit. So it's like he's conquered this lamb, but with this ineffective weapon that is this kind of flaccid golden sword. So it's kind of like the way that he conquered the situation was by ending his life, and that's something that sat with us for a long time. But in this idea, he's also supposed to be kind of standing on the symbol of like evil, this historical symbol of evil. It's a deflated kind of children's balloon. So it's this whole kind of fantasy between like what, like how you can grow out of the situation or how you can, how people survive this. And a lot of what sparked the timing of making this piece was that during COVID, I was reading that a lot of the people, like for a lot of people it was a pleasure to be kind of locked in home with your partners, but for people who are being abused, they were basically forced and locked in with their abusers for months on end. And that was really something that sat with me. One of the things that's actually come from making this piece and putting it out in public is that the mother of the boy who killed himself, who I hadn't spoken to in 25 years, actually reached out to say that she's pretty sure that that wasn't what the cause was, which is very, like, even that's what the whole piece is about. Like, for 20 years we thought that. So it's a big relief to me to know that might not have been, like, that probably wasn't the cause of his decision. But it's still something I feel like we as a society should be constantly addressing. Like when that piece. This image image isn't really supposed to be in the talk. I forgot it was in here. Because this just really jumps ahead, basically. This is the series I've made since being on Blown Away. It's using these little Mickey Mori characters as, like, again, a surrogate for myself. And it actually links now to the Bear series that I'm working on, so I guess it makes sense it's in here. And it's really about, like, our personal experiences, especially as artists, that we, like, really tear ourselves open and, like, lay our heart on the table, and we hope that people like it, whether they do or not. And it's one of the things I've definitely witnessed from being on a reality TV show, is that people are pretty brutal sometimes about their opinions when it's anonymous. So it's kind of a link to that idea. But these are all, like, made similar as the pieces we're making, like the bears. So they're, like, all sculpted and then assembled, and they have the same guts and the hearts and stuff. They're kind of what's grown into these pieces. So I couldn't leave this talk without talking a little bit about Blown Away. So if you don't know, I was on Blown Away Season 3. One of the, like, coolest things about this was that this group of people was amazing. Like, even though we were kind of competing against each other, it didn't feel like that ever. Like, it was pretty much like we were a group of friends blowing glass together in a hot shop, and sometimes one of us would go home and one of us would win. But it was never like a point where we were just trying to beat each other in this competition. And we spent a lot of time together outside of the show, obviously, and had a lot of fun. But one of the things that I do know from the show is that they edit a lot. So there's a lot of things that people have asked me about over the last few months about the pieces that I made throughout the show. So I like to show a couple of the ones that have a little bit more depth to them and just give a little bit of context, because I think knowing those things helps make a lot of the work that I make sense, that there's all these elements that mean something. So this was the first piece I made for the show. It's called Just Like Him. And it's basically based about, like, on the death of my father. He died when I was 10 of a heart attack. And the memory that I have of that night was, like, him basically, like, having a heart attack, us not really realizing it. It was in the middle of the night, and it was raining, and I had to run to a neighbor's house to try to get them to help and call the ambulance. But, like, what the piece is supposed to be is it's a memento mori, so it's a memory about this moment. And he, like, using the basketball as a kind of reference to the heart, so it's a deflated basketball. Like, my father was a basketball lover. He liked to play basketball. I don't know that he was very good, but he just enjoyed playing it and liked watching it. And, like, one of the memories I have of him was staying up late at night drinking Coca-Cola. Like, he didn't drink coffee, he didn't drink alcohol, but he drank Coke. So this candle in the background is like a reference to memento mori, because a burned down candle is like a symbol of death. But it's also, like, lightly taken from the Coke bottle, and the colors are, like, it's a reference to an old school Coca-Cola bottle. The lily flowers here there's a total of 38 leaves, and there's 3 flowers. And the leaves on, or the petals, I mean, on one flower is 10, which is my age, and then the petals on the other 2 flowers is 6, which was the age of my siblings. And then the other petals around, they all add up to 38, which was the age that he was when he died. And then these little, like the water drops that you see, there's like little beads of water and the drips, that's in reference to that rain night. So all of these elements came together to make this piece. It was every single one of those things was really important. We talked about that during the thing, but it doesn't get into the show. That's just the way it is with editing, which makes sense. And this is another piece that people ask me about a lot. It's called Across the Void. And this was another, like, the challenge for this piece was to kind of talk about how glass has an impact on our lives. And one of the things I thought about was our cell phones, because it has this kind of dual nature, right? Like during COVID, and that's how I've stayed in touch with most of my family. Living in Europe in general, I'm able to kind of keep in touch like via even face with the smartphone, and that's amazing. It's like half of my business comes from that. It has this way of connecting people. That's why I wanted to use these 2 hands kind of holding this. So they're holding this mirror like it was a cell phone, and the idea is that it's 2 different skin tone hands, so it's showing about unity. But at the same time, there's this other thing, which is like a reflection of like the black mirror, the idea that we're like looking into this empty space and getting lost in it. So I use this kind of Victorian era like decoration on the cell phone to kind of reference that mirror. And one of the reasons I use this Victorian era thing was because it's like kind of the first moments, well, it's one of those moments that we look back in history where people are very much, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, we're kind of like caught up in ourselves. It's not, I can't think of the word, but like people are focused on their appearances, focused on their like keeping up with the Joneses deal. And that's like one of the things I see on our social media is like we spend a lot of time trying to show our best side, and it's about this ego. So it was interesting to use that Victorian era mirror and then link it with the cell phone. And this was one of the pieces we did for the 7 Deadly Sins Challenge. I chose greed, and it was like one of the things that I was trying to illustrate with this piece was the disparity of wealth. And the idea was that using the sneaker as a sports shoe as a symbol, something that's collected by a lot of people. It's like a symbol of kind of wealth. And like as an athlete, if you get a sneaker deal, it's a really big thing. But typically who's making the most money is the white executives, and they're kind of using the like poor people to make the shoes and then overpricing them, profiteering off of minority communities. So the idea that this pillow is supposed to be made from dark skin holding up like a light skin shoe. And it's a reference again to like a fairy tale. So it's a reference to Cinderella. This like idea that the only way we can get ahead is through a fairy tale idea. I won't talk too much about this one, but a lot of people ask me about this one because I didn't ever talk about who this piece was specifically about. This was for our circus challenge, and I wanted to kind of make a reference, like a lighthearted reference to the kind of political circus that we are currently existing in at all times. And I do a lot of caricatures in my own work, so this was very much like linked to the way that I typically work. Using the elephant was an obvious nod to the Republicans, and making him a little bit robust as like a playful satire, I guess. There's only a couple more images, so we're almost done. This is one of the pieces I would say would be like was one of the hardest ones to make. We had to do our fear challenge, and it was funny because it was me, Minhee England, and John Sharvin, and I kind of think they thought we were gonna like do spiders or something. Like I don't think people expected us to go really dark and deep, and basically all 3 of us like really let our guard down and like told about what our biggest fears are. And when I was making this piece, kind of my biggest fear was the idea that it might end up a failure, like die a failure. You put all your life into this career and all of your guts out there. Basically, like as an artist, we constantly are putting ourselves out there, making stuff, putting out in the world, and then a lot of times not getting ahead as much as people perceive that we are. So this nest is supposed to be like made from guts and veins and a heart. And then the idea is that this bird has decided that to end himself. And that wasn't something that made it into the show, but that's like one of the fears that I think I don't know, a lot of us as artists, and especially as glassmakers, we know a lot of people in our circles who we thought were doing very well, and then we come to find out that they killed themselves because they weren't doing as well we thought. And that was something that like has always sat, I think, with me and with a lot of other people, but something we talked about at this moment. But in this little bird, one of the references that I tried to pull into it was this color patterning and this movement of texture that's referencing Van Gogh. Because Vincent van Gogh is like one of the artists that's kind of become like this like representation of specifically that idea of like dying or killing himself before he was discovered and became famous. So that was like really my biggest fear, and it was really strange to put that on Netflix in such a way, and then kind of it stayed in my head for a little while. But the nice thing was to be able to kind of come out of that and realize that like we always like we have these ups and downs anyway as people and as artists. And what I was trying to show in like the final piece was that from like all of this stuff that happens, we can grow out of that, and we transform and grow into somebody new. It's kind of cliche in a weird way, but I didn't want to do it in a cliche way. And it's something that I probably never would have made a piece about if it wasn't for the show. That was the interesting thing about being there, was that we were challenged to do things we wouldn't typically do. So this piece is really about like, you see this bunny rabbit is kind of become the basis for a lot of the pieces I'm making here. And the idea is that it's this kind of tossed aside like symbol of our childhood, just this thing that gets thrown away. And I actually saw this like stuffed bunny, I think thrown away on the street in Hamilton where we were filming, and there was a whole bunch of like heroin needles around it. It was this really sad image, and I just couldn't get that out of my head, so I kind of used that as the basis for this piece. And the idea is that like in this fantasy white space, there's this thing breaking through, and that's the growth and beauty that's like underneath. Most of these things are taken from elements of things that I'd seen around and then put all together in this kind of fantasy or fantastical way. Just to clarify, when I talk about fantasy, I'm really mean like Disney colors, like the Disney princess castles. So a fantasy stone is going to be blue like one of the Disney castles. But yeah, this was just really meant to be that like through this, underneath of this clean white space where everything is supposedly perfect, when you look through something that's broken, you can find life and growth. And it comes up everywhere. So there was kind of like a very big jump from the last piece to get into this one. And yeah, this was this flower growing out of the belly of the rabbit. But this is where I end, because this is one of the things, like Minhee and I were the last two people there, and I want to put that through, that that whole experience was awesome because we really were like friends. It wasn't that we were, however it's portrayed on TV, it's not that we were trying to like beat each other and get ahead of each other. We were there, and that's one of the best things about the glass community in general, is that that's pretty much how the community is. Like, we all support each other all the time, and that was the biggest indication, or like the biggest display of that for me, was being there and seeing that happen in the situation where we're actually literally competing against each other. We were all supporting each other and being a community. So that's where I'm going to end. I like to end just like, So if anybody has any questions, feel free to ask. Yes.
Going back to the beginning of your talk,
Mm-hmm.
you have so many draped items, and I was wondering if you did multimedia, or was that all glass, actually, for the human-sized figures?
So the question was about the drapery and the fabrics in the earlier sculptures. And yeah, the answer is no, I am a mixed media artist. So I focus a lot, like I'm a glass sculptor originally, like that's what I'm trained in. And the way that I work with a lot of materials comes from like everything sparks and starts with glass. But typically in those larger sculptures, what it is that every body part, the flesh, the heads, the hands, those are all glass. And then I make this kind of metal skeleton inside that has a polyester, like foam, and then it gets covered in fabric and then resin. So there's multiple layers. And with the resin, I'm able to kind of freeze the fabric so it follows those drapes specifically. Yeah, exactly. And that's the shininess is what kind of makes it look glass-like. Yes.
How early do you get the prompts for what you're going to do? Because it seems amazing
So the question was how early we get the prompts for the show, and we don't get them 10 minutes before. We do get them the night before. But the thing that's weird about it is it seems like we have a lot of time, but basically on that day that's like our longest day, because we'll have like cold working in the morning, and then we'll have the filming of all of the critiquing. So there's actually the critiquing, none of that happens in order. And then we would have the critique, so you have all these different moments of filming, and then you would basically end up where somebody wins, your friend's going home, and then right after that you go to a room, they give you your new challenge, they tell you the rules, and then you go back to the hotel. Usually this is around 8 o'clock at night, I guess. Then we try to go see our friend off and have dinner with them, but at the same time you're thinking about your next piece, and then we would start the next day at 7. So it wasn't a really long time, it was basically 12 hours, but it's more than 10 minutes. So any more questions? Yeah. Well, yeah, the question is about how I see failure, and I guess that's the hard thing about it, because it's not about failure in my own eyes. It's like a straight up financial. I mean, like I said, I did blown away out of desperation, because during COVID, everything went crazy expensive. Everything went downhill, and I don't sell a lot of my work. It goes to on display in museums. So I'm constantly oscillating between not having enough money to make the next piece and just trying to pay bills. And that's mainly what it comes down to, is that point of being in so much debt that you literally can't move forward anymore because you've dumped everything into that. That's where that comes back to that nest. That's the thing you've built with literally everything, and then not being able to survive that. Well, one thing that I've started basically because of Blown Away, that gave me an avenue into thinking about how to do that differently. And I do make now smaller, kind of more collectible works that are much more affordable. I also I don't have t-shirts and clothing, things that are kind of branded to kind of help fund the bigger work. And all of that I do all through my website and my Instagram. So if that's a way to support, is small sculptures, t-shirts, things like that. Every one of those things is all straight up part of my business model now, essentially. I will write it. We'll make sure it's written on the ground. Yeah, it's John Sleepy Moran is my Instagram handle, and I think we had the website written down. I have business cards too, so I can give you one. Yeah, sure. Yes, sir.
Do you have Paddington tattooed on your arm?
Paddington? No. I have Chairman Mao. And I lived in China for a year and a half, in 2005. And one of the things I found really fascinating there was that people really worshipped Mao. He was this great leader. But if you knowing the history, I was like, that's crazy. But there would be these big posters of it looked like Oz. There's colorful things with rainbows, and then this face of Mao, and that's literally what I got tattooed on my arm. And it's it has all these kind of fantasy figures in it too. So it has not a Care Bear, but I can't remember what they're called. It has a Hello Kitty in the background, and it's all these kind of fantasy things that a tattoo artist there helped me design and did it. So it was kind of a lighthearted poke at this fantasy idea.
I gotcha.
So just before the talk we're going to make another bear, and I made half the head, so it's staying warm now. And basically after lunch we'll just continue and make the whole piece. So we'll put together another bear, one of these bears, smaller ones.
Hey, John.
Yes.
This gentleman over here.
Yes, sir. I know, you're fine.
Basically, I was wondering, because it sounded like the show that Blown Away really had you dig deep and build a lot of personal And I'm wondering if you intend on like revisiting any of those in future work, or even just like redoing any of them with more time, basically.
Yeah, so the question is about Blown Away, like basically giving me more time to kind of look inward and if I'll continue with that work. And I can say, yes, it's definitely like, I think this Bear series has come from that. And I will go back, like there was a couple pieces, like the skull with the planet inside, I really like despise. I love the concept, I despise that piece, just because I know I can make a better skull. And that's like one of the things like I just want to remake just for myself. And there's a few pieces that, yeah, like there's a few of them that I would like to go back and do. And I continued those series, like even the elephant, that's like in like my repertoire of things that I do a lot of times. I'd like to go back and do some more kind of political caricature stuff that's a little bit less, it's a little bit more tongue-in-cheek, I guess. It's a little bit less heavy conceptually. Because those even for me are like relaxing compared to doing the heavy conceptual stuff. It's very much like cathartic to make those things too. It gives me like a feeling I'm accomplishing something much quicker than I typically would. But yeah, I do intend to go back to more of that. Yes. No, the show owns the pieces, so I don't know what happens to them, but like they own, like there's one of them is on display at Corning, the final piece is also on display at Corning, but the rest I have, who knows if they survived. A lot of things were thrown into boxes together and packed up, so we don't know how they ended up. Any more questions? Yes. I started working with glass. I was doing a painting and illustration major at Tyler, and basically someone was like, you should try this glass blowing thing, it's really cool. And I had no idea what that meant. Like I had no concept of what glass blowing was. And when I went into the studio, it was just like, man, everybody was working together, there was this vibe, this energy, and that was like what I was missing in the painting, was like having the community of people and having this kind of influence from other people around, and not being stuck in my studio by myself, and that kind of really pulled me in. I quickly like became friends with everybody, and that community aspect that I talk about later is still really a part that got me into it. Yeah. So they were playing like the music,
Yeah.
like the.
We're good. I just wanted to take one last moment to thank you, John, for everything you've done this week and for your great lecture. If everybody could join me in one last round of applause. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you for having me, and thanks for coming. Yeah, appreciate it.
And thank you to you all for visiting today. The team's going to take a quick lunch break, John especially, and we'll get back to it in a few minutes. Thank you so much.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to the Museum of Glass. Our guest artist today is gonna be John Moran. He'll be out here momentarily. We flip through some of his work while we're getting started. John is a glass sculptor, and we're gonna be making some of these bear sculptures like you see on the pedestal. So it's gonna all be solid glass and hand sculpted. And while we're waiting for him, I'll just give you a very brief introduction to how glass blowing works. Everything that we do starts out in our glass furnaces. The glass furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. There's two of them, one on each side of the studio. If you look up on the big screen, you'll see a diagram. That's what they look like inside. So each one of them has a big ceramic tank. In that ceramic tank is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees. And at that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. So if you can imagine a giant crock pot full of honey, that's what our furnace is like. When we want to get the glass out to make stuff, we grab one of those steel pipes. I think. Backdoor.
No, it's at John Seeker Moran. And if anybody wants a card, they're welcome to have it.
Yes.
We'll be right back.
So if you watch the man in the red hat, that's Jack. He's going into our furnace. Behind that door, there's a big ceramic tank with all the melted glass in it. A little bit of the glass sticks to the end of the pipe. The pipe itself is hollow, so when you blow, the ball of glass on the end blows up like a balloon. If you want to make something larger, we dip it in, blow a little bubble, let it harden. Then we dip it in a second time, or a third time, or a fourth time. We just keep building up the glass in layers. All the glass that's in those furnaces is clear glass. It has no color. We buy our colored glass in various forms. We buy it in these bars. We buy it in these little chips. And then we blow a bubble of clear glass from the furnace, and we coat it with the colored glass. So all the colors that you see there, they were all done with these chips of glass called frit, F-R-I-T. So we took clear glass from the furnace, rolled it in little chips of blue, put it back in the fire, the chips melt, and it forms a coating of color. The glass itself is made out of three things: sand, soda ash, and lime. Sand is the bulk of it. It's mostly melted sand. Soda ash is sodium carbonate. It lowers the melting temperature of the sand. And the lime is calcium carbonate, and that stabilizes the mixture chemically. We take those three ingredients, we throw them into the big furnace, we cook them overnight at 2,400 degrees. All those things melt together and make glass. So we've started this, we started the bear earlier in the day. We've been keeping that warm in this oven over here. This is called the garage. We call it the garage. We park stuff until we're ready to use it. So this keeps stuff warm. It's hot enough to keep the glass from breaking, but it's not hot enough to make it soft. So whatever goes in the garage stays warm, holds its shape, and we heat it up a little extra and we go back to work. Does anybody have any questions so far? So Carly is cooling off the metal pipe. That little trough is called the pipe cooler. We just lay the pipe in there, spray water on it, that cools it down and makes it easier to hold. Does the pipe cooler affect the temperature of the glass? I don't think so. It doesn't seem to. It could be a tiny, tiny bit, but no. It just cools down the metal. So if you want to see more of John's stuff or contact him about his work, we have his Instagram and his website right down there. And I also have cards. If you'd like to have one of John's cards, we can do that as well. How do we get the glass off the rod? When we're making the form, we take a pair of, they're called jacks, they're big tongs, and we make a little notch in the glass, and then we're ready to remove it. We drip a little water into that notch, the water cracks the glass, and then just a little tap and off it comes. So it's kind of like, we make a crease in it, it's kind of like tearing a coupon out of a newspaper. You make a nice sharp crease, when you pull on it, it cracks along that crease. So on these bears, Mr. Moran wants to have the whole entire surface textured. So you'll see him take a torch. He'll heat up a spot on the bear, make it nice and soft. Then he'll take the wire brush and impress it with the texture. Some of you may recognize Mr. Moran. He was featured on the Blown Away reality TV show in Netflix. It's a competition reality show for glass blowers. And Mr. Moran was featured in the 3rd season. You put up some of the blown away pictures? No, not yet. That's called frit. That's crushed colored glass. And we're going to put it back in the fire and that'll melt and we'll have a coating of that colored glass. Drawing, and we pick the drawing, and our guys will make whatever they drew out of glass. It's a contest, it's free. You may do it, yeah, it's fun. If you don't have time while you're here, just grab one of, go to the ticket desk, they'll give you an entry form, and you can mail it in or drop it off. Can we put up some of the kids' design stills up on the big screen? So look up. These are some of the things we've made from the kids' sculptures. So you see the drawing on the right by the kid, and then we made it out of glass. So if you go to the front desk, and they'll give you one for each kid, and it's free. Yeah. So over on the left, they're preparing the glass for the body of the bear. In the center, we have our guest artist, John Moran, sculpting the head. Now in the center, he's taken that wire brush and he's texturing the entire surface of the head. Hi, how are you guys? Good. Do you guys have any questions? No? You good? So over here on the bench on the left, Gabe Feenan in the maroon shirt is shaping the glass. The gray pad in his hand is just folded up ordinary newspaper soaked in water. As long as the newspaper is wet, the paper doesn't burn too much, and it doesn't leave any marks as he shapes the glass. We have two ways in which we heat up the glass. Sometimes we heat it up in the big round furnace called the glory hole. Sometimes we heat it up with a torch. When we heat it up with the torches, it allows us to focus the heat in a particular place. We can get just the part we want to shape extra hot and extra soft without disturbing the rest of the object. We put it in the glory hole, kind of heats it up generally. When we need the heat in a specific place, we use the torches. So now over on the left, Gabe is cutting the bubble. We're going to make the two legs, separate the glass and make the two legs of our bear. Yes. How hot is it where? In the glory hole? 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. We put up how hot is it? Let me show. There's a slide. It's called How Hot Is It? It's got a picture of the glory hole with flames coming out. It has all the different temperatures. Oh, I just asked for it. It didn't go up. I didn't know if you knew about it. So if you look up on the big screen, we have all the different temperatures, the glass furnaces are the ones with the doors closed. The glory holes are the round ones with the doors open. The annealers are these big black ovens on each side of the studio where we cool the glass down slowly. And the garage, that's the silver oven here in the center. There are two kinds of furnaces. There's the glass furnaces, the ones that have the molten glass in them. Those are on 24/7. The glory holes, the round ones that they're working in and out of, those are only on during the working day. So we light those up an hour before we start, and we shut them at 5 when we quit. Those would probably use about a third of the gas that the furnace does, because they're only on 8 hours instead of 24. We're going to add just a tiny little bit of color into the ears. He's got a little knife. He's put a little bit of the powdered colored glass on the knife and dumped it in the ears. I think it's a pink. We put up some of Mr. Moran's work up on the big screen. So Mr. Moran is a glass sculptor. A lot of his sculptures have to do with social or political issues. And they're often inspired by world events like the Black Lives Matter marches or killing of Trayvon Martin. So all the people parts are made out of glass, and then the the clothing and stuff is rendered in resin. Today we're making these sculptures of kind of old rejected teddy bears. And he's texturing the surface to make it look more like teddy bear fur rather than glass. So the body of the bear is being made at the bench on the far left. The man in the maroon shirt is sculpting it, Gabe Feenan. The head is being sculpted here at the center bench by our guest artist, John Moran. Has anybody got any questions? How long does it take to make a piece? These is going to run, I think, about 4.5 hours total. We worked on it all morning, and we just started it after lunch again. That's our guest artist. Last one was a team sport, so we always work in teams. It's his artwork, and he's heading it. Nice little close up there, up on the big screen. We're putting on the nose. So, in one hand, he's got a stick of colored glass. The other hand, he's got the torch, and we're melting on the little details. Does anybody have any questions? Is the glass that we start with clear? Yes. All clear. So you see these trays? Those are full of powdered colored glass. So we took the big ball of clear glass and we rolled it in the trays of crushed colored glass. So that's how we got the color on these pieces we're working on today. So we're going to add a little patch of clear glass on the bottom to protect the powdered color. We're going to attach another pipe to the bottom of this body, and we're going to attach it where we've added the clear glass. So Carly is going to put the bear's head into the garage. The garage is that silver oven with the curved side. It runs at about half the temperature of the furnaces. It's hot enough to keep the glass from breaking, but it's not hot enough to make it soft. So whatever goes in the garage will hold its shape, and we're ready to use it. We'll pull it out again. So we're going to transfer the body of the bear from the rod it was originally formed on to a second steel rod called the punty. The second steel rod will hold it from the bottom while we shape the top. So now on the bench on your left, we're going to clean up that top where we just broke it off. And that'll be ready to attach to our head. Anybody have any questions? So we're getting close to attaching the head to the body. So we're adding an arm, the center bench. Want to say something?
You can't hold it, but you can say something. Say hi. Say hi.
Hi. Hi.
Hi. Yell at hi. Big and loud.
Say woohoo.
Woohoo.
Did you hear that? Did you hear it? Oh, you can't hold that.
To it, you can say, "Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad."
You can't hold it, but you can say something in his mouth.
You can both hold it. You can hold it, and I'll hold it.
Do you want to hold it with him?
That ain't happening. Sorry. No, you'll be buying. Yeah.
Oh, look at that. Is that a kitty cat right there, or is that a bear?
That's the bear.
That's another bear?
Bear.
A bear, a blue bear. You want to see him closer?
So we're adding the little stuffing at the ends of those arms.
Yeah, I thought so too. But
Yeah, is she working for you? She's back?
You want to see something fun? Look at this guy. You know what that is?
What is that, Jack?
Oh, no, no.
You can touch it. I'll
You can feel it
feel it
that. But
like
you can't
that.
hold it. Yeah. See?
Oh. What is it? What kind of animal? No, that one.
Look at, what is this? A dino?
A dino.
It's a horsey.
Horsey.
That kind of like horsey.
Yeah, you bet.
Ride a horse.
So in the center, our guest artist John Moran is texturing the arms that he just added. The head of the bear is in the silver oven, the garage, keeping it warm. Once we get these arms squared away, then I think it's time to attach the head. Do you guys have any questions? Yes. That's something that Mr. Moran kept up with himself. So we're attaching the head. John Moran, our guest artist, has a pair of Kevlar gloves on. He's got the head He's going to take the torch, he's going to heat up the neck. Then we're going to take that wire brush and kind of texture the neck area over with the wire brush. Does anybody have any questions? Sure. Right. The glass that's wrapped around the end of the steel pipe, that glass is fragile. If it gets too cold, it's going to try and contract around the steel pipe, and it's going to split, and the whole thing will fall on the floor. So we got to keep that. Yeah, we just got to keep it above 900 degrees so it doesn't crack. Sometimes if you get involved in working on the opposite end, you forget about that, and that cracks and you're done. He's heating it with the torch. He's sort of dragging that glass over the seam between the head and the body. So we're pretty much done. Everything that we make has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. The slow cooling process is called annealing. We take that glass off the metal rod. It'll be about 1,000 degrees. At that temperature, the glass will be hard, and we'll cool it over a approximately 40-hour period. If we just made this and set it on the table and walked away, it would cool too quickly and unevenly, and it would break. So we're pretty much done. So the glass blowers are gonna take it close up so you can see it. The colors are still distorted by the heat, but you'll see the shape. Yeah. He has to be in a little bit of a hurry because we can't keep it out of the fire too long.
Take it from the influencer. Teaching an influencer class over there? Workshop. Class. Oh yeah.
Now he's going to crimp the connection between the metal rod and the sculpture itself. Gabe is heating up the gloves. Gloves are made out of Kevlar. We'll drip a little water where we want it to break. And just give the pipe a little tap and off it'll come. So we're into our annealing oven. And it'll probably be about 40 hours till it's cool. We're going to make one more skull, a Mickey Mouse skull, so skulls with the mouse ears. So Mr. Moran is shaping the glass using a tool called the block. The tool is made out of wood. As long as we keep the tool wet, the tool doesn't burn. Because the wood doesn't heat out. John's going over to our furnace. He's going to coat it. Each time we dip it in and coat it, it's called taking a gather, G-A-T-H-E-R. We're making one of these skulls. You can see on the pedestal. This is the skull part, and we'll add the Mickey Mouse ears later in the process. Rolling the glass in chips of colored glass called frit, F-R-I-T. We'll go back to the round furnace, the glory hole, and melt those on. When we use this frit, this crushed colored glass, we have to roll it in it several times to get a good solid coating. Could we play color overlay? We have a little video. So this video is actually how we color most of the pieces we make here.
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So that's how we color most of the stuff we make, and it's you get a completely smooth, flawless color. It looks like it's made out of pure colored glass. The Fritz work better with opaque colors because they're never really super smooth, but you can't see the difference in the thickness, and so if you want to do a lot of different colors at once, the Fritz are very convenient. We're taking it off the pipe. A little water where we want it to break. A little tap on the metal pipe, and off it comes.